Bobby. Let's go, B. One. Come on. You'll need to back up on the return and get a better hit. That's fine too. Let's go. Right idea. Early prep. You've got a ball to hit. High split, early prep. Go get it. Come on. One point here, 1 point. Log out of this changeover. Good move. Get going. Come on. Drop the second, so there you go. Get the ball deep, get the ball hard, and get on the fight. Ready? Come on. Second set. 50 serve. Ball. Great start. Let's go. Second set. Go after it. Come on, please. Third please. Come on now. Come on, big. Come on, B. Go back. Come on. First 7 friends. Yeah, come on, come on. Yeah, let's go. Come on. 15-40. These are super tough feet. Let's go. Here you go, baby. Boom, 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 boom. Come on. Good pass, Steve. Good pass. Really good, Steve.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome in. Championship Sunday here at the 2024 ITA All-American Championships. You see a little media work being done here. Photos for Oliver Tarbett and Sebastian Gorsny, the two about to square off in the finals here. The match we had shown, may show a little bit more of it while these guys warm up, is the second of the two Consolation semifinals. First match earlier today, Thomas Paulsell of Georgia, Colton Smith of Arizona. Colton Smith winning in straight sets, moving into the finals in the consolation draw. Teammate Jay Friend right now playing Braden Schick of North Carolina State for that other final spot. A big match as the finalists in the consolation draw will qualify for the NCAA Singles Championships to be held later in November. If you've joined us this week, you've seen the graphic, but I'll show it again. Your path to the NCAA Singles and Doubles Championships, you have to win your way in this year. Very minor exception. I'll give a little caveat that for anybody that qualifies here and then also grabs a spot at regionals, there will be some process for which those spots will get filled. Other than that, you have to win your way in. 10 spots here into the singles championship from All-Americans. Those are your 8 quarterfinalists and your 2 consolation finalists, making that match between Friend and Schick right now a big one. The winner of that match will automatically qualify for the NCAA singles tournament. The loser will have to move on and try their hand at regionals. The 10 qualifiers here, 26 through regionals. That's the 13 regions, the 2 finalists from each region. Your 4 semifinalists at the ITA Conference Masters. That'd be a tough one even to get into. It's 1 singles player and 1 doubles team from each conference that are sent to that tournament. And then last but not least, if you didn't grab one of those 40 spots, the final 24 available in the 4 sectionals. That's 6 out of each sectional. Your 4 semifinalists and then a playoff between the 4 losers of the quarterfinals that did not make the semis. Those 4 will play for the 2 final spots. So 6 players from each section will qualify for the NCAA Singles Championship. The sectionals in November, and then the NCAA Singles and Doubles Championships held November 19th to 24th at Baylor University this year. Come back and take a look at what's going on court 1 right now. Looks like players yet to warm up. So in the meantime, as we wait for Tarvit and Gorsny, I think we'll bring the Schick and Friend match back up. Well, I attempted to bring the Schick and Friend match back up.
Welcome to the 2024 ITA All-American Championships. The 4 champions, Sebastian Gorsny, have been forced to withdraw from the singles championship. Oliver Target is your 2024 ITA All-American Champion.
As Braden Schick, North Carolina State, dropped the first set 6-2 to Jay Friend of Arizona. Takes a 5-2 lead here in the second, looking to send that one to a third. Question in the back of my head is, if Jay Friend were to win this match and you had 2 Arizona teammates in the Consolation final, would they actually play it? I think by the ITA rules, they would force it to be played, and it might, if they didn't want to play, someone might have to give a walkover. Not sure. Don't think they'd let it go just unplayed. Well, big news, folks. The reason Sebastian Gorsny and Oliver Tarvit did not take the court is Sebastian Gorsny just pulled out. So Tarvit, the recipient of a walkover in the semifinals and now a recipient of a walkover in the finals. So your 2024 ITA All-American Champion in singles is Oliver Target from the University of San Diego. Big news. That's astonishing. I saw Gorsny out warming up on court 1. But we heard him talk in one of his post-match interviews this week with Alex Gruskin that he was nursing some injuries. So Sebastian Gorsny out, gives the walkover to Oliver Tarvett. What a finish for Oliver Tarvett. After the quarterfinal win, he gets a walkover in the semis and a walkover in the final. So doubles scheduled an hour from now. Oliver Tarvett also in the doubles final with teammate Stian Klaassen. So Klaassen and Tarvett will get ready for the doubles final in an hour. That'll be a 1 p.m. Central-ish. They said in an hour. I believe they had scheduled that to be not before 1 p.m. Central, only on the case that something did happen here. Indeed, must have been a little foreshadowing. As Gorsny pulls, so that doubles final to be taking place in an hour. So we'll stick here with this consolation semifinal. Braden Schick and Jay Friend. If Schick can serve out here this second set. Yeah, I see the question there, Nate, in the chat. I'm not exactly sure what the injury was to Seb. He had mentioned that he was nursing some. Big forehand from Friend there. I did see him. He was on court one, the court they were to be playing on. He was warming up. Just must not have felt comfortable enough to go. So Tarvik gets a walkover from Vives in the semifinal, Gorsny in the final. Jay Friend now. Little pressure on the Braden Schick service game with Schick trying to serve the second set out. What would certainly appear to be the top two in the Arizona lineup this year, playing extremely well this week. Most of us had Colton Smith picked as one of our top 5 favorites. I know Alex Gruskin and I both had him in our top 3. And in speaking to an unnamed coach, wouldn't know if he'd want me to name him, earlier this week at the tournament, on day 1, he had told me, and it's a non-conference coach for Arizona from out of the conference. He said, my dark horse pick is Jay Friend. So Friend and Smith looking like the imminent top 2 for Arizona, looking very good. Big point for Braden Schick there. On the flip side, Braden Schick been very under the radar for Coach Kyle Spencer and Chris James this week. Very, very big week for him. And Schick and his teammates, very solid team. That has a great opportunity to be a top 10 team this year, do the Wolfpack. Ooh. Schick thought that was a winner. It was called wide, and if you're joining us for the first time this week, courts 1 through 4 here in Tulsa, electronic line calling pilot this week. They've got an electronic line calling system. The players still make their own calls, but every ball is also looked at by that electronic line calling system, and if a player calls a ball out and the system sees it in, the chair will issue the overrule. It's a big serve from Braden Schick to bring up a deciding point and a set point here for him. And Friend will take it back in the ad side. Oh, and it's a winner from Jay Friend, and he lets you hear on the deciding point, so he gets the break to get this one back on serve. Still a little bit of scoreboard pressure. He's going to have to hold to stay in the set, but he managed to break and get it back on serve here at 4-5 in the second. We look at how these two managed to get here. It's been a long road through the consolation draw. As once you hit the consolation draw, it was for the most part 2 matches a day because it was a feed-in all the way up through the round of 16. If you lost up until the round of 16, you fed into the back draw. Jay Friend getting wins. His last couple over Shinsuke Mitsui of Tennessee and Daniel Sancho Arbizu from Denver. A great tournament for Arbizu. Another under the radar for a lot of folks, but a Denver team that was undefeated for so long last year with Arbizu at the top spot. And Schick's last couple wins over a couple guys that had some very good tournaments themselves. Theo Dean of Cal, who knocked off Ozan Barish in the day 1 in the main draw. And then Jonah Braswell, Texas. Both of those wins yesterday. It was 2 matches yesterday for both of these guys. Oh, Schick had the look he wanted. It was a good serve. And the +1 not quite as good as Friend would have liked it to be. Schick had good opportunity to make that forehand pass. Good contact, just didn't get over the net. So 15 all now for Friend. Trying to level this at 5 all. Another unforced error from Jay Friend. You can hear some voices in the background encouraging Braden Schick I would say that sounds like Kyle Spencer. I'm not sure. You see that one called wide, and Friend looking at the chair for confirmation from the electronic system. Oh, and another unforced error from Jay Friend, and that's going to bring up 3 set points now. So set points number 2, 3, and 4, if needed, for Braden Schick. Not only are they break points, but they're set points here. Oh, Jay Friend completely hits the ball halfway into the service box in the ad court, and he double faults that set. You can see Clancy telling him, let it go, forget about that. You have to let that go. That ball was 8 feet wide of the service box. Just a terrible game. Unforced errors followed by the double fault for Jay Friend, and he's going to have to shake that one off as Braden Schick levels this match now at a set apiece. They'll get new balls. Again, for those tuning in late, expecting to see the men's singles championship, Sebastian Gorsny, unable to go, gives a walk over to Oliver Tarvett. So Oliver Tarvett, University of San Diego, is your 2024 ITA All-American champion in singles. And he and teammate Stian Klaassen getting themselves ready here in about 40 to 45 minutes for the doubles final. Tarvett in singles and doubles. They'll be taking on a duo from Baylor in Marko Milodinovic and Oscar Brostrom Poulsen. Poulsen, a second-year player at Baylor after transferring from Middle Tennessee. Baylor had the opportunity to make it an all-Baylor doubles final, as Milodinovic and Poulsen knock off Zhang and Hashimoto 7-5, 7-5 in the semis, and their teammates Zambor Velch and Devin Badenhorst squared off against Tarvett and Klaassen, but Tarvett and Klaassen 3-2 winners there, so it's not an all-Baylor final. But if we go back to that graphic, we'll talk more about the doubles when it comes time here as we're waiting for that. But you see 4 doubles qualifiers here, so the 4 semifinalists all qualified for the NCAA doubles championships. Notable there, 2 Baylor teams of the 4 with the NCAA championships taking place at Baylor. So nice home court advantage for Veltz and Badenhorst, even though they lost in the semis, and Milodinovic and Poulsen, who will appear in about 45 minutes here against Tarvett and Klaassen. Looks like we've got probably some restroom breaks. Give us a chance to run through, if you haven't seen them, some of our other men's rankings coming into the year. Top 10 men's singles rankings coming into this tournament. And this is where the seeds came from. So these were your seeds, other than the fact that Ozelins did not play, so Anthrop slid up to 8. You see Oliver Tarbett coming in as the number 3 ranked player. Certainly didn't hurt himself winning this tournament now. Coming out, Colton Smith, Jay Friend's teammate, who won his consolation semifinal earlier and is into the final. The number 5 player, the shocker in the draw this week, Ozan Barish, number 1 player, lost his first 2 matches. Lost to Theo Dean of Cal and then Alex Kotzen. Tennessee, after transferring from Columbia. And it looks like both players are back. And Braden Schick getting set to start us off. He'll serve first here in the third. Well played overhead from Friend, who would like nothing more than to erase the memory of that last service game as quickly as possible. Good way to start there. Good serve. Slice down the tee there from Braden Schick, out of the outstretched arms, out of the reach. The outstretched arms. Jay Friend, he got a racket on it, but couldn't really get that back. Schick, a senior this year for the Wolfpack. Team coming back with some good experienced fellow seniors in Fons von Sambeek and Lucas DeHaley. Nice approach there from Friend. A lot of returners for that Wolfpack team. Fared very well last year. A team looking to make a jump. Just deep, and you see Friend looking at the chair again for that confirmation that the electronic line calling system agreed that it was deep. Well played from Schick. Caught Friend on the wrong foot, really, and I was with him. I thought for sure he had the entire forehand side open. I thought that's where he was going. And he went for the side with less margin for error, but managed to squeeze that down the line beautifully. Good aggression from Friend there. He was in control of that point almost from the start, and that's going to bring up a deciding point here. First first game of the third set, excuse me. Both of these players have come up with some good flat wide serves here. Let's see if that's where Schick goes. He was trying to get there. Good inside in forehand there from Schick into that corner. Got Friend on the move, and he couldn't quite get that ball back in play. So a deciding point hold for Braden Schick, first game of the third set. And watching these guys on the changeovers, Schick for the most part on his own. You see Clancy out there with Jay Friend. Thought I heard Kyle Spencer in the audio. And there you see, I think that's Chris James. Not sure, actually. Beautiful backhand down the line. From Braden Schick. I see the comment in the chat there asking what time Sebastian's playing. For those joining late, Sebastian Gorsny pulled out. Oliver Tarvett, your 2024 ITA All-American Singles Champion. Gorsny pulls out, gives him a walkover. Gorsny was out warming up right up until match time. He was going through his warm-ups with his team. And then when it came time to play, just said he couldn't go. That's a good approach and a great volley there from Jay Friend. Certainly not wanting to give Braden Schick the early third set break. Again, that singles match was slated for 1 p.m. Eastern. This a consolation semifinal match. The doubles final featuring Tarvett and Clausen of San Diego against Miladinovich and Polson of Baylor. Coming up in about 30 minutes. We will switch over to that. If this is still going. So now from Love 30, 30 all for Friend. see the frustration there from Friend. He got back to 30 all, and then just an unforced error, sending the backhand about a foot long. And Braden Schick's now got a couple break points to take an early break lead here in the third. Well played from Friend. He didn't really put that second to last ball away, and he gave Schick opportunity and time to make a choice on what kind of ball to hit. Schick eventually goes for the backhand lob. Friend anticipated a couple steps back and hits the overhead winner. So now it's a deciding point. And it's two deciding points to start the third, both of them going the way of the NC State Wolfpack and Braden Schick. So Braden Schick takes a 2-love lead here in the third. See Schick looking at the chair, something we'll probably see a lot of here and in the doubles. Again, electronic line calling, courts 1 through 4 in Tulsa, the pilot this week. I think I was questioning whether the two teammates would play. In fact, I don't even think they scheduled the final. There's no point in playing the Consolation final. No trophy, or what would you say, for that. So I think the two semifinals are it. What it is just the opportunity for these players to qualify for the NCAA singles tournament. So Friend right back with love 30, and now a look at a second serve. Sprayed that one wide. Went for it. Got that forehand up around shoulder high. Wow, big forehand from Jay Friend. Down the line in the corner deep. Schick unable to chase it down. So now Friend has got himself 3 break chances to get this one back on serve. Smith and Friend were the 1-2 last year for this Arizona team. Ball looks like it stayed behind the fence. And there's a miss from Schick, and he gives the break right back. And we're back on serve here. 1-2 in the third. Looking forward. We talked a little bit about the players coming back for NC State. Arizona and Jay Friend's team. Colton Smith and Jay Friend both back. They were the 1-2 last year. Smith 14-6 at the 1 spot. Friend 12-6 at the 2 spot. Gustav Strom was their 3. Hoyer all 4. And they sort of mixed. 5 and 6 around a little, if you will. Nice little touch there from Friend. Going to be a little different look for Arizona this year. They've been a team with a lot of veterans for the last several years. And the departure now of guys like Nick Ligayev, Gustav Strom, Herman Hoyerall. Oh, another big forehand from Friend down the line for a winner as he tries to consolidate his break and get this back to 2-all. But Smith and Friend at the top 2 spots, almost undoubtedly. But a handful of freshmen coming in. I think 6 of them on this roster for Arizona. It's going to be interesting to see how things play out for them as Schick unable to chase that down in a quick 40-love lead for Friend. But Oscar Jansen, Zoran Ludowski, Philip Gustafsson, Gleb Sekichov, Matthias Kosk, Santiago Cote, a bunch of freshmen for Arizona. Friend gets the hold there. Will certainly be a team to keep your eye on. Bunch of new players and a new conference as the Pac-12 no longer. Seems like a little momentum swing after Schick grabbed the early 2-love lead. Friend has managed to get it back. And you can see a little pep in his step here as he grabs the first point on the Schick service game at 2-all here. And that forehand Really starting to fire for Jay Friend. See a little step right into the baseline, and you're going to give him that forehand. Soft and chest high from the baseline. He's going to go after it. Oh, Schick wide again, and now proverbial wheels falling off a little bit here for Braden Schick. Quick start. And now he's got 4 break points against him and an opportunity for Jay Friend to go up a break. Friend takes a rip at that serve, but not close. So the first break point fought off by Braden Schick. 3 more to come if needed for Jay Friend. Just wide. He tried to pull that inside in for a winner. Don't think it had quite the shape he was looking for, though. Got a little more under it than he wanted to and managed to pull it wide. An unkind net, but the Schick was able to get back what felt like neutral in the point. But Friend back in, took advantage, and earns the break. And so from a break down to a break up in 3 games goes Jay Friend. And now Schick going to get a talk on the bench. Keeping our eyes over on court 1, where I believe they will be playing the doubles final that we will go to probably about another 15 minutes or so. Baylor players warming up there now. Just not where Schick wants to put the ball. Friend now firing all of the short balls. Grabs the first point here in the 3-2 game for 15 love. But if you hit a short ball and you give Friend the opportunity to get inside the baseline, take a swing at that forehand, he's going to make a rip. Schick seems to have lost all of the answers here. Still only a break for as bad as the last 3 games have felt for him. He's only down a break. Plenty of time to turn it around. There's a miss hit off the frame. Sent sky high. And that was good depth on the return from Braden Schick there. Didn't give Friend any opportunity to A, hit a forehand, or B, move forward on it. So 30 all now, and that's what Schick's got to do, is he's got to get that depth. Too good from Jay Friend. Good serve, and you saw the short return again from Schick, and you give Friend that opportunity on the short ball. May not hit it every time, but he's certainly going to go after it. So a couple game points here now for Jay Friend to consolidate that second break and go up 4-2. So good return deep to the backhand from Schick that time. But an unforced error on the next ball. Forehand into the net. And Friend holds for 4-2. So 4 straight games here for Jay Friend. Much better play from Schick there. Got away with a couple balls inside the service line just because the pace on them kept Friend back. And then he hit a couple deep balls near the baseline and able to dictate from there. Wow. Friend just has the feel there of being up a break and afforded the opportunity to take a chance at just slapping a winner. And he does. Good play from Schick. Deep or good angles and staying away from feeding short balls to the Friend forehand. You saw him trying to serve to the backhand, but on the second serve, Friend able to run around it. Oh, doesn't even have to be the forehand, says Jay Friend. He gets on top of that second serve from Braden Schick, and again, I think that break lead in the pocket just makes it that much easier to go after those balls. Now 30 all. Now big trouble for Braden Schick here. Friend wins that extended rally. Brings up a couple break points and an opportunity to put him in a chance to serve for the match. Spencer Keeter, see you in the comments. There is no final. Sebastian Gorsny pulled out, took warm-ups, went right up to match time, and was unable to go. So Oliver Tarvit, your champion. The final that will be coming is the doubles final. That in the next 5 to 10 minutes. Oh, friend saw it. Another second serve that he wanted. Looked like that direction might have been sending it just good inside that line had he gotten it over the net, but he missed. And that'll bring up a deciding point now, and what feels like a must hold for Braden Schick here at 2-4. Serve +1 works well for Schick, and he managed to fight off a couple break points and avoid giving Friend the opportunity to serve for the match, at least for now. Still a break lead for Jay Friend, 4-3. Keeping a close eye over on court 1 for that doubles action. Make sure we don't miss any of that final. There's Clausen and Tarvit of San Diego squaring off against Miladinovich and Polson from Baylor for the All-American Doubles Championship. This match here, the Consolation semifinal, winner earning direct entry into the NCAA singles tournament in November. Loser goes home to fight another way through, starting with regionals. Unforced error off the backhand from Schick deep. Another unforced error off the backhand for Schick. So 3 unforced errors for Schick here. Not able to make any headway in this Friend service game. 4 chances for Friend to take a 5-3 lead here. Good serve and a love hold for Jay Friend. So 5-3 for Friend, and Schick's going to have to hold to stay in the match. Schick running through this service game very easily. You got to wonder if Friend already has his head in his next service game to serve for the match. If so, probably an opportune time to take a slap winner chance here. Again, for those of you tuning in late, Oliver Tarvin, your singles champion after Sebastian Gorsny withdrew. So an easy love hold for Braden Schick, and Jay Friend will take a 5-4 lead and serve for the match here in this second consolation semifinal. The winner earning direct entry into the NCAA singles tournament, the loser going home empty-handed and having to start with their battle through regionals to try to get in. The doubles match in the meantime, our doubles final. They're at the net for the coin toss right now. Don't think they've warmed up yet. Hoping we can stick through this one to its conclusion if you're invested in it. But we're not going to miss the doubles final. Tarvin and Clausen, San Diego, Miladinovich, Polson, Baylor in that doubles final. As I said, they are at the net for the coin toss now. We'll keep an eye on that. In the meantime, we'll stay here, see if Jay Friend can serve it out. Schick grabs the first point on a must-break game for him. And then he pulls a volley long, so a love 30 start to his service game, serving for the match. And indeed, they are just beginning the warm-up, so they've got about 5 minutes to the start of our doubles championship. So if you're here for that, stay with us. We'll switch over to that as soon as they begin. And after that big run from Jay Friend from 2-love down to be up 5-4 serving for the match, his wheels are falling off, and it's love 40 4 break chances here for Schick to get this one back squared at 5-all. There's a first good put away. So 15-40 now. Still 3 break chances for Schick. Another one fought off. 30-40, down to 2 chances for Schick. Friend inching closer. And that one just wide. And that's going to bring up a deciding point, match point. For Jay Friend here. So from love 40, he's got it back to deuce. Deciding point, 1 serve for the NCAA Singles Championship entry. Which is the importance of this match. Winner in, loser has to go back to regionals. And it's a break for Braden Schick. And it's 5-all now. So Schick, desperately close to losing that love 40 advantage he had, gets to deuce, manages to break on the deciding point. See if we've got a look at. We do. We see the warm-ups. Concluding on court 1 as we prep for our doubles final. While they finish warm-ups, we'll leave it here on the split screen. We'll go full screen to that doubles final when they start, but if we get to any match points in this Consolation semifinal, we will surely bring them up. I'm sure some of you have been watching it long enough, want to see how this one finishes. North Carolina State's Braden Schick, Arizona's Jay Friend, locked in a 5-all battle in the third here. Consolation semifinal, winner gaining entry to the NCAA singles. That one just missed wide for 15 all. Missed return there from Friend, so Schick now 30-15 advantage. Roller coaster third set. Schick jumped out quickly to love. Friend took the next 4 games for a 4-2 lead. We're going to go full screen to our doubles championship now. Again, if we get any match points, we'll bring you back. Yeah. A tricky ball off the tape from Poulsen there. So Tarvit and Clausen serving for San Diego. Poulsen and Miladinovich on the near side for Baylor. Your championship match. Tarvit in the singles and doubles championship. Easy put away there for the Toreros, and it's 40 love. First one sat up a little bit more, I think, than they would have liked. Missed that. I thought they called it out. Again, not sure if there was an overrule there, but we do have the Pilot electronic line calling system here on Court 1, Courts 1 through 4 in Tulsa, featuring the pilot of the electronic line calling this week. Players still making their own calls, but if the electronic system disagrees and thinks a ball that was called out was in, the chair will see that and can make that overrule. big serve from Poulsen, and the overhead put away for Milodinovic there. Couple overheads. First 2 points for Baylor. One for Milodinovic. One for Poulsen. Six points to the servers so far. Got to look at the wheels from Milodinovic there. Poulsen all too happy to say you. Let him run that one down. Got a racket on it, but not enough of one to send it back in play. So the first point of the match to the returning side goes the way of the Toreros here, and it's 30-15 for Baylor and Poulsen. Gonna go I formation. Poor play from Baylor there. It was a good serve from Poulsen, but that was on Poulsen. If you're going to play I, the returners told, the standard would be come down the line. Poulsen just stayed in the middle of the court, didn't cover either side, so they had two guys in the middle of the court, neither sideline covered. Just out of position. And now from 30-love to 30-40, 3 quick points for the Toreros, and it's going to be a break point. Couple chances for them to take the early lead. First break chance by the wayside. And now it'll be a deciding point. Another good serve down the middle from Poulsen gives Milodinovic another overhead put away, and the Bears hold for 1-all. Get our first look at Clausen serving here. Tarvit served to open the match. saw on that deciding point, Tarvit, as you might expect, was taking that return. Oliver all over that one. Tarvit and Clausen played together last season for San Diego, but they played in the 2 spot for that team in doubles for the most part. 12-1. Missed there from Poulsen. 12-1 were Tarvit and Clausen in the 2 spot. They got 2 looks at 1 where they won both their matches, but primarily the number 2 team behind Sasha Sharma and Irovasa. So from playing 2 dubs on their own team to the All-American Championship match, nice step for them. And both of these players, tremendous in singles. We've talked a lot about Tarvit, and he just won the singles championship, but Stian Clausen, primarily the 5 spot for the Toreros last year, but he got looks at 4, 5, and 6. 19-0 in dual matches was Clausen. Can't do any better than undefeated. 22-3 overall in the year he was. 19-0 in dual matches. And then 12-1 at the 2 spot in dubs with Tarvit. That's a guy that's just not used to losing. And he gets the hold. Does Clausen, and the Toreros take a 2-1 lead here in the first. Both of these teams qualifying for the NCAA Doubles Championship to be held at Baylor in November. Talked about this a lot on our singles coverage this week. But the pathway to NCAAs this year for singles and doubles, i.e. the individual championships, only way to get in is to win your way in. And from a doubles standpoint, the 4 semifinalists here, so that's 2 teams from Baylor, along with this team here, from San Diego, and Hashimoto and Zhang from Colombia, they will all qualify. If you don't make it here, you got to win your region. Those 13 regional winners will qualify. 2 finalists and a semifinal playoff. The 2 losers out of the semifinals at Conference Masters make it. And then in sectionals, there's 4 sections. 3 each there, so you're 2 finalists and a playoff. I apologize. I had lost track of our consolation match. We'll go split screen just momentarily in that consolation semifinal. Good ball from Miladinovich down the line there. But it's a third set breaker here, but that breaker is all Jay Friend. Ooh, Milodinovic looked like he had a shot to go down the line there. Went cross court, pulled it wide. Schick now at what I believe is 1-6 in this tiebreak. Wow, Milodinovic cross court that time, lands it. And that ball wide from Schick gives Jay Friend a 7-6 in the third win. So Jay Friend and teammate Colton Smith are the two consolation finalists. So the two Arizona Wildcats earn their entry into the NCAA singles tournament via the back draw. And now a deciding point here for Milodinovic, serving for Baylor. Oh, Polson was all over everything at the net. But he put the last one into the tape. So you see Coach Vandermeer there for Baylor. Going over to the guy. So they trade breaks there. And we're back on serve 2-all. Coaching staff. Head coach Michael Woodson, associate head coach, you saw there, Itzhak Vandermeer, assistant coach Gray Hamilton, Ole Miss alum from a few years back. Oh, ball off the tape from Polson on the return. Over Clausen at the net. Target unable to get to it. San Diego led by head coach Ryan Keckley, assistant coach Alex Funkhauser. Polson, I want to say wisely lets that one go, but I'm not sure he really had an opportunity to put a good racket on it. So as much as he'd want to believe it was choice, I think discretion of being unable to make solid contact, he lets it go, and it does sail deep. So Baylor now love 30. Did that ball land in? I heard the come on from Polson. But I don't think, I thought it looked wide. It was wide indeed. So Tarvit here will serve at 15:30. Oh, Poulsen saw the opening and went for it. So from love 30 all. Indeed, I thought that scoreboard was wrong. I didn't remember seeing a break of the Toreros. They do get that fixed. I thought they had held that second. So it is 3-1 San Diego, up a break. Caught me momentarily trying to catch up with that Jay Friend match I had let go of. And there's a return winner. Same ball he tried to hit for the pass last time. He hits this time. And now it's a couple chances for Baylor to break right back on the Tarvit serve. Poulsen with the winner. Gets the break. Poulsen's been a standout doubles player from the start, initially at Middle Tennessee, now at Baylor. Tough guy to try to pick on, also the bigger of these two. He goes 6'3", Miladinovich about 5'10". Longer reach, tougher to get over. Arguably maybe better hands. Have to ask Coach Woodson that one. Baylor played with a lot of different doubles pairings. Last year, Brostrom played some with departed Martin Braysock. Braysock now at the University of Kentucky. Oh, Poulsen almost. Got that overhead back. The bulk of his doubles matches last year came with Christopher Franson at the 3 doubles spot for Baylor. But Baylor used a lot of different doubles combinations last year. Got to think maybe the start they've had here with these two teams at All-Americans might possibly lead them to a little more stable doubles lineup. down the line. Gutsy ball at love 15 to try to go down the line there. But good pace, and that volley unable to be returned by Tarvit. Ah, great ball there from Clausen. Baylor playing classic doubles, getting into the net, but that ball just too good from Clausen. Nobody chasing that one down. See if Brostrom can bail him out here. His big serve was down the tee last time. And his big serve this time is the let court ace. Again, we don't have lets in college tennis. You play them all. That one dribbled over for the dreaded let court ace. Makes it 30 all. Tarvit. Deep and heavy with a little spin there to that Brostrom forehand, drawing the unforced error. Now we're going to see a couple break points here to see if it'll be 3 breaks in a row. Called deep. Brostrom gives a quick look to the chair, who confirms. So he backs out a little wider, and Clausen goes a little wider. You hear Brostrom telling Milodinovic, "So good by you." It's an interesting sequence there. You saw Brostrom back up to go a little wider on his serve, and as he did that, Clausen inched wider on his return. You could tell he wanted the forehand, and he indeed stepped around it, got the forehand right at Milodinovic, who gave it back to Tarvit in a decent spot. But Milodinovic was there, and now it's a deciding point. The big serve from Brostrom finds the net, so it's going to be a second serve look for Tarvit here. Oh, tremendous hands. And somehow the Toreros don't come away with that. They look like they had that one. Brostrom with a great ball back. And the Bears get the hold. Fight off a couple break points there. They get the hold. Managed to keep this one on serve now, so 3-all here in the first. And Brostrom's feeling it as he hits the backhand return winner down the line. Little confusion there between Tarvet and Clausen. Clausen getting ready to serve. You see in the eye, Tarvet electing to literally go down on the knee. Oh. And Milodinovic goes straight at Tarvet at the net off that second serve from Clausen. Nothing wrong with that. Some folks might want to take exception to going at the guy at the net, but if that's what you got to do, if you get a second serve that you think is weak enough that you can take advantage and pounce on, you go straight at that guy at the net. And it's another return winner from Poulsen, from Brostrom. Sorry, I keep back and forth. It's Brostrom Poulsen. I think he really goes by Brostrom. Could just call him Oscar. But now, love 40 for Clausen serving here. The Toreros were just up 3-1 a break, and now 4 chances to go down a break. Milodinovic going to get a look at a second serve. Let's see if he's as gutsy as Brostrom is and tries to jump on it here. Went at Tarvet last time. Went at him again, but not nearly as hard. Ball Tarvet was able to put back in play to their advantage. And a good ball from Clausen. So 1 break point fought off. Break point number 2 here. Brostrom again, 3 times that game. Return winners. And Baylor takes a break lead. So from a break down to a break up go the Bears here. (4-3) now. Again, both of these teams automatic berths into the NCAA doubles championships along with the teams they beat in the semifinals. That would be Zhang and Hashimoto from Columbia. Veltz and Badenhorst from Baylor. So Baylor, 2 teams into the doubles championship being played on their home courts at the University of Baylor. Baylor University. See, legendary Baylor fan Scotty B is joined. And I agree, Scotty. Baylor seems to have found a couple doubles pairings. I think it'll be a little more stable doubles pairings for them this year if this indeed ends up being their 1 and 2 teams. See Brostrom giving a look over. They went straight at him with the overhead there. Got a racket on it, but just popped it straight up. It's an unforced error from Miladinovich, and so right after Baylor goes up a break here, the Toreros applying pressure at love 30 the same way San Diego went up a break 3-1. It was quickly erased. Baylor now up a break 4-3, and San Diego looking to erase it. That was much better communication between the Bears there. They got caught both in an I formation with neither one covering either side earlier. There they had the poach, called the switch. Worked out well, and Brostrom hits the volley winner. That came close to coming in, a little deep off the tape, so Miladinovich a second serve here. And a winner down the line. Beautiful. From Miladinovich. He gets this one here and goes right back behind both of them down the line for the winner. And the Bears claw back from love 30 to 30 all here now. You see San Diego getting some talks at their end of the court. You see Tarvit smashing the racket into his hand over and over there. Not happy with that forehand into the net, giving Baylor a couple game points. Fighting from love 30 now to 40-30, 2 game points. Too easy there. Miladinovich put that ball at Tarvit. Tarvit just dropped the volley back over the net. No chance for Miladinovich to get there. And now it's going to be a deciding point. Let's see if they go back to Tarvit. No, they're not going to go to Tarvit this time. First time Clausen now taking the deciding point. Just wide. Yeah, you saw Brostrom call the poach. gutsy off that second serve, but no fear as Klaassen put that return right in his belly. And Broström able to get the racket down and direct it right back into the middle of the court for a clear winner. And the Bears hold for 5-3. Broström has definitely been the hot hand so far for the Bears. He seems to be feeling everything right now. He wanted the ball at the net. He hit 3 return winners in the last game. That might as well have been a winner there. Just drilled the return back at Klaassen, who could do nothing with it. If I'm San Diego, I'm steering clear of Broström right now. Good volley there from Klaassen at the feet of Broström. Milutinovic needs to do a little more with that return. Too easy for Klaassen. Let's see if Broström just keeps trying to rip return winners. And they're going to give him the line here. High formation. Second serve dangerous. Give him the line here as hard as he's been going after these returns. And no, now they change. And Broström is just feeling it right now. The reason I thought I formation on a second serve was a terrible idea, and I think they came to their senses. Didn't really matter. He still jumped all over that second serve and hit a clear backhand inside out winner. Tarvet's going to need to make a first serve against him. But Broström is absolutely feeling it right now. So 15-30 now. Tarvet serving to Milutinovic. They get that one. For 30 all, but Broström in the zone. Got to be thinking, hey, give me 2 points here. I'll take this one. I'll take the deciding point. Better get a good placement on this first serve or he will burn down the line. Missed the first. See if, are they going to stay I here? Oh, they are. Playing with fire now. Oh, and it works out. Broström was going line. He just didn't jump on it. He tried to just punch it back. So that one works out for Tarvet. Now 40-30. Oh, Tarvet. Cross-court winner. Milutinovic did well to get to that ball, that short one. But the Toreros hold. And they'll force Broström to serve it out as you see Itzhak walking with the guys. probably feeling pretty good about his chances here, as Brostrom, I believe, is going to be the one to get the balls here. Has been absolutely feeling it. And he's had a big serve down the tee from both courts. We'll see if he utilizes that. Serving for the set, I don't think we're going to see Brostrom back off and just play slice serves in. I think he'll go for the big ones. Maybe throw one slice wide in just because. But indeed, it is Brostrom serving here. 5-4 Baylor serving for the first set. Opens with a double. It's a little bit of light here for San Diego. But it's going to be high risk, high reward, I think, for Brostrom here. He's going to go for the big serves. And there it is. Double fault followed up by an ace. You see that one, not exactly down the tee, as he lined up a little wide, but placed it well in that corner. Back here for 15 all. Wow. Baylor gets away with one there. Back-to-back strokes on their end. Milodinovic misses. Not as in a whiff, but just missed trying to get to a ball over his head he couldn't reach. Brostrom backed him up and got it back, and the next ball came, and they both went for it. Lucky they didn't collide rackets. And they get the long ball. And it's back-to-back points that Milodinovic finds a ball sailing over his head that he can't reach. All of us sub-6-footers feel your pain, Marco. But Baylor now 40-15 and 3 set points here. Now you know, if you're Tarvit, you just got to think he's going big T. That's his serve. It's a good approach from Tarvit there. They had two back. Tarvit gets to the net. Able to put away Brostrom's ball. So 40-30 now. Still a couple set points for the Bears. Gonna go I, and Brostrom definitely was going for the big one down the tee. They're gonna stay I on the second serve here. That's good pressure from the Toreros. Tarvik got the ball back, and they both came coordinated to the net. So now, from 40-15, it's the third and final set point for the Bears, and it's a break point for Tarvik and Clausen to try to get this one back on serve, leveled at 5-all. Big point here. Tarvik to take it. Just wide. Brostrom was hoping, but no, that was clearly wide. And it's a break for San Diego. 3 set points fought off by the Toreros. And Brostrom unable to serve it out. We're all square, 5-all. Brostrom probably still letting that run through his head. He was the guy with the hot hand. Also the guy with the biggest serve on the court. 40-15 serving for the set. You like your chances, but San Diego comes up big. And Clausen now to serve at 5-all. He'll open with a double. Oh, just deep. I enjoy watching the Baylor side of the court because it feels like the guys know their roles very well. Brostrom's the big hitter. Miladinovich is the wheels. And it's fun watching them both play their part. Brostrom unable to get that return back. So Clausen now after the double fault puts 2 quick points up in 30-15. Good deep return there from Miladinovich. Caught San Diego in the switch. Little advice there for Clausen. 30-all. Ball looked deep, it was. Oh, and there's the big hitting from Brostrom. He jumped all over that serve. Tarvit looked like he had a decision and just thought it was blistered so hard that it was going deep. Landed what looked like about a foot inside the baseline, and now it's a couple break points for Baylor. Nice backhand wrist from Tarvit there. Sent that one just wide enough that Miladinovich looked like he wanted to try to make a play almost as a Major League Baseball player diving over the fence into the crowd for the ball. A little different when you're swinging a racket. He held back, and now it's a deciding point. And it's going to be Brostrom to take it. See if he goes after a big return. Just deep. Tarvit poaching. He had the line open. Sends it just deep, and it's a big hold for Clausen. You see the celebration from Tarvit and Clausen as they hold for 6-5. And now it's going to be Miladinovich to serve and try to send this one to a breaker. Not 100% sure, but I think that's Coach Funkhauser with the guys. Funkhauser joined the Toreros a couple of years ago, came from Cornell, and more notably previously spent time the USTA as the lead coach for the collegiate program. Miladinovich comes through there. Second serve. And Clausen continued to go at him. Or excuse me, Tarvit continued. But Miladinovich down the line well. Clausen deep with that one. A little bit of that has just been from how active Brostrom's been at the net. He's poaching a lot, and he's big with a long reach. Just forcing those guys to go for a little more on the return to get away from him. Tarvit went behind him that time. Brostrom looked like he really still had plenty of room to make it, but looked a little lackadaisical on that volley. Off the frame, 30-15. Forehand in the net from Clausen. So 40-15. Similar spot to where the Bears were last game, serving for the set. Now it's 40-15, serving to get into a breaker. See if Milodinovic can do what Brostrom couldn't. Second time we've seen sort of that overreached ball well down the middle of the net. And that's a hold for Milodinovic. So 6-all, and it'll be a breaker. Mini break to start for the Bears. Just a little too much reach for Milodinovic there. First one back good. Not sure how good a play Brostrom would have had Milodinovic let it go, so I think he made the right play in going for it. It was just a little too far out of his reach. Hopefully they'll get the PlaySite scoring fixed from game scoring to tiebreak scoring here, but it is indeed 1-all right now. That was a great return there from Tarvit. Really stretched Brostrom out wide, made it easy play for Tarvit. So all mini breaks, 3 mini breaks to start now, as San Diego will serve leading 2-1. It'll be Clausen serving. And there's the poach from Brostrom to make it 4 mini breaks in a row. So it's 2-all now. Great play there from Clausen into the open court. Had Milodinovic up. Brostrom running back to cover what was a wide open forehand lane. And with him going that direction, Clausen just put it in the open court behind Milodinovic. Easy winner. And we get the first hold of the breaker. And it's 3-2 San Diego. So 2-3 on serve here for Milodinovic. It's a double fault deep. And so 2-4 now. Baylor yet to get back to level. Started with a series of mini breaks. In this tie break, 4 mini breaks to start the tie break. San Diego finally got a hold for 3-2. And they continue the mini break stretch for a 4-2 lead. So Baylor yet to win a point on their serve in this breaker. Milodinovic going to let that ball be. Good play. They keep going back to Milodinovic, but he had all the answers that time. And so he does get the first hold for Baylor. Still down a mini break, 4-3 here. So San Diego is going to be serving at 4-3. It'll be Tarvit to serve. Missed long on the return from Milodinovic. Makes it 5-3. And there they got the scoring switched over once someone hit 5. Big serve from Oliver Tarvit. Brostrom gets nothing more than a frame on it. And it's 6-3 now for the Toreros. And it's going to be 3 set points coming up. The first 2 on the serve of Oscar Brostrom. And it's a winner from Tarvit. Passes Milodinovic down his backhand line. And the Toreros take the first set in a breaker, 7-3 in the breaker. And they are now a set away from claiming the singles and doubles championships here at the 2024 ITA All-Americans. You see, they are going to head off, take a restroom break. looks like Miladinovich and Brostrom gonna sit tight. Go ahead and take that set break opportunity, a chance to pay some bills. We'll be back in a few.
New balls, please. At Dunlop, we've been making tennis balls for over 100 years. Balls played at more tournaments globally than any other brand. Officially endorsed by the ATP Tour. Performance runs through our DNA. Dunlop, the #1 ball on tour.
I've always loved the game of tennis.
Everyone's a big family here.
It's about camaraderie because it's family.
I consider my tennis family part of my overall family.
That's what I like about it most. The friendships you develop.
I look so forward to coming to these events and seeing my friends that I've made through the years.
If you love the game, give back to the game.
You become the calm in the storm.
You can decide how much you want to work and how much you don't want to work.
You never stop learning.
Every time I work an event, I always learn something.
It takes time, it takes experience.
Find your niche. We need you, and I think you will find it very rewarding.
Get out there, start trying to do it, and see if you like it.
Restroom break done. Back for the second set. It'll be Miladinovich to open things up for Baylor here. And I think that's the play if you're San Diego. Keep going at Marco. Brostrom's been the hot hand. In case you're wondering what happens if Baylor does manage to come back and take the second set. That one deep from Miladinovich, so a quick love 30 start. But if Baylor can square it at a set apiece, it's a 10-point breaker, no full third. In the championship here, to be a 10-point breaker. San Diego gives Marco a free one there, missing that return. Is Tarvit. Oh, not the cleanest of rackets on that one for Brostrom, but it worked out for the better as it just drops over, and effectively a drop volley, unintended, 30 all. And that one's an intended drop volley that works out as intended for Brostrom. So 40-30 now. And that return from Klaassen doesn't find the court, so a love 30 start. Quickly erased. 4 straight points for Milodinovic there on serve, and Baylor holds for 1 love here in the second. So both teams held break leads in the first. San Diego jumped up a break lead early. Baylor got it back, and then Baylor jumped up a break. Brostrom actually served for the set at 5-4, had 40-15 in 3 set points. Couldn't close it out, and the Toreros take advantage and send it to a breaker and take the breaker 7-3. So a set to the good for the Toreros. And Tarvit will start us off here serving in the second. Good serve from Tarvit. Right into the body of Brostrom. He knows, such good IQ. He knows Brostrom's coming in, and then he wants to attack and jump on that second serve. And he could do nothing with that right in the middle of his chest. Second serve deep. So a double fault from Tarvit. Now Brostrom missing. If you're San Diego, you almost got to feel like you got away with something, getting 2 second serves in a row to Brostrom. And he hasn't put either one in play. So well done for Tarvit, because that's been the hot hand for Baylor, especially on the return. A lot of kick. You see the saw the reaction to that second serve from Milutinovic. A lot of kick on that ball from Tarvit. Milutinovic thought he was in the right spot and then had sort of a jerk stretch reaction as that ball got away from him quick. Great kick on that second. So now 40-15, 3-game points here for Tarvit.
Let's go.
A missed jumping backhand swinging volley from Brostrom there. Hands that game to the Toreros. So a couple holds to start the second now. So 1-1. Brostrom's starting to miss. He's been the hot hand, but a few unforced errors coming from him. Certainly not something they can afford to happen right now. Good volley from Milutinovic, just sneaking inside the baseline there. We'll see, Brostrom didn't go huge on that last serve. What was the call there? All I can imagine is that there was a foot fault call. That serve was clearly in. Couldn't hear it, but again, electronic line calling here. I'm not sure if the electronic line calling is also calling foot faults or if that's coming from the official, but that serve from Brostrom was clearly in, so I'm not sure what called the let or called the fault. Nevertheless, they get the point, and it's 30-15 now for Brostrom. He goes big there. Clausen gives it a real good look. He didn't call it out. I'm surprised he didn't look at the chair for confirmation. That's what the guys usually do, look back to confirm. I almost wanted to see Baylor get that point just because, and the replay's not long enough for me to go back and grab it. But you saw Brostrom go to a left-handed, put the racket into his left hand and put a left-handed forehand back from deep into that corner. But it goes unrewarded. Good play from Brostrom. He really likes to hit it, and you had a feeling that where that ball was down low was a tough spot for him to try to hit a winner from. He thought the wiser and just punched it back. Deep backhand for Clausen, who's unable to return it. So it's a hold for Baylor. So 3 holds to start. See Itzhak still giving the guys a little coaching, as is Coach Funkhauser. Early second, had plenty of breaks in the first, so gotta believe there's going to at least be opportunities here. I think that one landed in for Brostrom. Not sure. Still, it did indeed. Still firing is Brostrom on those returns. Thought that serve might have been deep, but it's played by Miladinovich. An easy volley to put that point away. So 15 all. Brostrom still taking his rips. Sends that one long, though. The guy I wouldn't want to be in this match is the one standing at the net for a second serve to Brostrom, because he's teeing off on everything. Miladinovich put the return right back to the net man in the middle. But unable to make that volley was Tarvit. So it'll be 30 all now. Again, you see in the I formation, Tarvit literally going onto the knee. Or it sure looks like he's literally resting on that knee. And they elect not to go eye on the second serve. Able to induce the long ball from Brostrom. And a couple game points for San Diego to level this one at 2-all. It's a big ace wide from Clausen for the hold, and he lets you hear it. So the ace indeed levels us at 2-all here in the second. Good exchange between Milutinovic and Clausen there. Backhand corner to backhand corner. Milutinovic eventually getting the better of it as Clausen misses into the net. You can see Brostrom oh so eager to poach one. Oh, that's the 6'3" big frame, long arms, just able to get a racket on that, and it drops over for a winner for Brostrom. And it's a let court ace for Milutinovic and a hold. So 3-2 now. Get a chance here to show the doubles rankings coming into the season. They were also the rankings used to seed this tournament. You see, obviously, neither team here. Jovanovic and Sanchez Martinez from Mississippi State top the list. You see there at number 6, Jay Friend and Colton Smith, the two guys making the singles consolation finals, earning their way into the singles tournament. None of these teams making it here into the semis and doubles to earn their way, so every one of those top 10 teams going to need to find their way to NCAA doubles championship via the way of regionals or sectionals. A few might have the chance to go through Conference Masters. Conference Masters held the same time as the sectionals and very, very hard to get into. One singles player, one doubles team from each automatic qualifying D1 conference. So just one team per conference gets there. So most players will be playing sectionals at that time. And those sections are big, big sections. Double fault to start the game. I wish I had the graphic for you. I don't. But there are 13 regions, so regional is going to be an easier path. When you get down to sectionals, there are only 4 sections, and they're split up kind of like time zones in the continental U.S., but instead of there being 3 in the continental U.S., there's 4, but they look very similar to time zones, split north-south like that. Oh, good poach there from Brostrom, and they're going to look to try to get an early break. But I talk about those big sections. For example, you look at states like Michigan and Wisconsin. They're in the section, the same section as the state of Texas is. That sectional being held at TCU, so players from Michigan and Wisconsin, if they go to sectionals, have to travel all the way to Texas to play. On top of that, you've got Texas, TCU, Texas A&M, and the like, Texas Tech feeding into that sectional, so a very tough sectional. Oh, Brostrom, again, going for the outright winner there on the return, but hits it into the net. Missed return from Miladinovich, and after the Love 30 start, Baylor gifts a couple freebies over to San Diego. See, Tarvit, I'm not sure what Tarvit's. Almost looks like he's hitting his leg. I'm not sure. Keep an eye on that. Looked to be shaking it out afterwards, but he was making some sort of reaction with his hand. Not sure if he was pounding on his leg. First serve deep. Brostrom again going to get a look, and they decide better of the I formation to the Brostrom return. And he misses another forehand return. So from Love 30 to 40-30. Seems to be some question. I think that ball called out by Baylor. Clausen was looking at the chair to confirm it on the electronic line calling system. Indeed, it was confirmed. So now it's going to be a deciding point here. Oh, and they elect. What a decision from Baylor. They elect to go to Milodinovic as Brostrom seems to have cooled down the hot hand on those returns. And Milodinovic rips the return winner with the forehand. And Baylor will take the 4-2 lead. And Brostrom now to serve up a break here in the second. Not sure whose decision that was, but in hindsight, genius decision from Baylor to let Milodinovic take that deciding point return. There's a winning drop volley from Milodinovic for quick 30 love. Appreciate you tuning in, James. Just wide from Clausen there, so 40-15 for Baylor to try to push this out to 5-2. James asking about the streams and how long it's been on YouTube. Been doing this for quite a while. Whether it's the ITA channel or the Cracked Rackets channel, you can catch a lot of it there. Good doubles action there. Switches and all, but the Toreros come up with that. Not letting Baylor get away just yet with this game. There'll still be much more fall action to come, James, on these YouTube channels. And once we get into the dual match season in the spring, that's when we'll have a lot of it turn to multiple forms of broadcast. But you can catch a lot of that action every weekend. Milodinovic puts that away nicely. A two-handed backhand volley right down the middle. And the Bears take a 5-2 lead here in the second, so this one could be winding down. I noted earlier, if they split sets, it'll be a 10-point breaker. It'll be a 10-point match tiebreak for the match in lieu of a third set, so don't go anywhere. One way or the other, we are nearing the end. San Diego going to come out now, needing to hold to keep the second set alive. No mystery here. They need a whole break hold. They were able to get the break in the first when Baylor was serving for the set. See how this one plays out. Brostrom just mistiming things now. That run of return winners he had in the first set seemed like a distant memory at this point, not quite finding the rhythm or the timing on the return. Oh, and it's another return winner for Miladinovich. He seems to be the one coming up with the hot hand on the return side. That one had a little side spin on it. It was a little in the body, and he had to bring the racket in. As he did, he came across it, and you saw that ball sort of curving away as it got there. There's no mistiming on that one from Brostrom. He's still there. Sort of reminds me of the old saying in the basketball world, shooter's going to shoot. Doesn't matter whether he's in a slump or not. Brostrom's going to take his shots. Great point there. See this high overhead backhand coming from Brostrom. It's going to bring up some set points here for the Bears. 15-40, so 3 set points. And Brostrom earns it this time. Doesn't have to wait for a deciding point. So the Bears 6-2 here in the second. And now we will get a 10-point match tiebreak. Be a quick word on the bench. I'm guessing they'll get new balls. Check the net again. That's one thing we haven't talked about this afternoon, have talked about this week in some of the broadcasts. ITA this year in their sponsored events using the Dunlop balls. So different play for different teams this year. Might be with different balls. In the past, everything's been on the Wilson. This year, the ITA going all Dunlop. Players coming to their sides. I was hoping they wouldn't take a full set break here, so be a 10-pointer, I would assume Brostrom's going to lead things off For Baylor serving, indeed he is, and I would assume Tarvit would do the same for the Toreros. So first to 10, win by 2 for your ITA championship. ITA All-American Championship, that is. Baylor gets the hold. Their first one, already a better start than the first set breaker. Not up. So a good put away for the Toreros. Level it at 1-all. Looks like we're going to have in-game scoring again, maybe until someone hits 5. We'll see. But it is indeed 1-all. There's another winner from Brostrom. He's starting to feel that hot hand on the return again. So the first mini break goes the way of the Bears. 2-1 Baylor. Realize, as we say, it's the ITA All-American Championships. Haven't gone into where these guys are from. No Americans in the match. Baylor side here, Miladinovic from Serbia. Brostrom from Denmark. That return wide from Clausen. Far side of the court for the Toreros. Tarvit from England. Clausen from the Netherlands. So 3-1 for the Bears now. Miladinovic serving. Clausen smashing the racket into his hand after pulling that return long. And you see Brostrom on the other side of the service line really wanting to come over and poach and take that away. And I'm sure Clausen was thinking, gosh, why didn't I go behind him? Nevertheless, now 4-1 Baylor. Only a single mini break lead, though, as Clausen to serve. And that's put away by Tarvit at the net. So the change ends here, 4-2 Baylor. The exact reversal of the first set tie break. It was 4-2 San Diego at the turn there. So Clausen, one more serve coming. And Brostrom still firing. Shooter's going to shoot. Misses that one into the net, but he's taking his shots for sure. So 4-3 mini break lead still going the way of the Bears. It'll be Brostrom to serve. Let's see if he's got all of that feel back and if he goes for the big one or if he just plays a slice here. Oh. Milodinovic thought he had that one. Didn't quite put the first overhead away. Was already taking a few steps back as he saw the next one coming. And I think it was just a little deeper than he thought. Got a good racket on it, but hit it well deep. And now we're back on serve here. 4-all. Brostrom definitely going for the big serve. Great return from Tarvit, deep in the corner of the backhand of Brostrom. And a quick run here from the Toreros from 4-1 down. A 5-4 lead now. So they were down a mini break at 4-1. They're now up a mini break, 5-4 serving. And it'll be Tarvit to serve. One too many overhead chances for Clausen. I think one of those that Milodinovic went up with, he had plenty of time that he didn't need to hit the defensive lob. Did so anyway. Clausen eventually puts it away. So 6-4 now for Tarvit. Precarious spot for Baylor here if they can't get this mini break back quickly. Oh, good idea from Milodinovic, but he pushes that backhand just long. And Tarvit holds both of his serves for 7-4 now. So 6 straight points for the Toreros from 4-1 down to 7-4. Now a second serve look for Clausen. Oh, shanks the second serve. Not even close. And now it's a big hole. Change ends again here at 8-4. So 7 straight points for the Toreros from 4-1 down to 8-4 up. And Baylor's got to figure something out quickly here. When this match ends, regardless of which way it goes, feel free to stick around. I believe they'll have an on-court presentation. We'll leave the stream going for you to see that. So we'll see now what Milodinovic has. Focus on him here, because he's got one serve left, and then he'll be the first to return the next one. So a couple big points for Milodinovic coming. One on serve and one returning. Well played from Brostrom there. Didn't quite put the drop volley away, but put the next one away. So they do their job there, but now 8-5 double mini break lead for San Diego. The match is on their racket. Clausen here serving 2 serves for the championship. Milodinovic long again with that return. Now 9-5. And it's going to be 4 match points for San Diego. And is the shooter going to shoot? Is Brostrom still going to fire at this return? Got to believe he is. 9-5. And Tarvit puts it away. And here is your championship point. Tarvit gets it, puts that overhead, mini overhead away. And Clausen and Tarvit from the University of San Diego, the Toreros, are your 2024 ITA All-American Champions. And what a tournament for the Toreros. Oliver Tarvit, the singles champion. Tarvit and Clausen, doubles champions. So the Toreros bring home all the hardware this year. As I said, we're going to have an on-court presentation. As you see them bringing out the hardware. A little tough to tell on video, but I think that's our maybe Cody Johnson, our ITA guru on the men's side. I'll turn the commentary off and let you all watch the trophy presentation.
Stick around for a brief trophy ceremony. What a wonderful conclusion to an amazing event. I want to begin with a few thank yous while we continue to get organized. I want to thank Tulsa, President Brad Carson, Utica Tulsa Athletic Director, Justin Moore, and the entire athletic department. A special thanks to Vince Westbrook, who is our tournament director. He's also the director of tennis and the head men's coach here at the University of Tulsa, in addition to a senior associate athletic director. I certainly want to thank the staff of the ITA, who works very, very hard. And I want to thank all of our officials who are part of the ITA family and work so hard throughout an event like this. Thanks so much for sticking around. We want to thank the entire Tulsa community, and that includes Visit Tulsa and the Tulsa Sports Commission. So at the end of this incredible event, we want to congratulate our players. Ultimately,
college tennis is about higher education, and it's always really amazing when these student athletes represent such great institutions of higher learning. The ITA is fundamentally a coaches association, and I certainly want to congratulate and thank our coaches who do such a great job every day, not only as coaches, but as teachers and leaders and mentors. So without further ado, I'd like to start with our finalists, and we'll present the finalist awards. And if you want to say anything, you're welcome to do so. So, from Baylor, congratulations.
Yeah, first of all, thank you so much for Tulsa University. Great tournament, long tournament. I think we've been here for about 12 weeks now. 12 days. It feels like 12 weeks. Thank you to everyone who's involved to make this tournament possible. Thank you to our coaches and our teammates at Baylor. We really appreciate it. It's our last All-American, so we hope to take the trophy today, but San Diego got the best of us. So congratulations, great week for you guys, and we wish you the best of luck in the future.
Fantastic. And now to our champions from the University of San Diego, the All-American champions. Come and accept your hardware.
Hello everyone. I want to thank all the fans today for coming out. Unfortunately, no singles final, but I appreciate you sticking around for the doubles. I want to thank the ITA for putting up an incredible event. It was very long, I think longest for all the admin and all the ITA, and the referees. They were, I think, 2 weeks almost, and I appreciate it. It's not an easy job. There's some conflict sometimes, but I appreciate you guys. I want to thank Funk, our coach, and Ryan and Carlos. Thanks, Funk, for sticking with us this week. I know it's not the easiest, especially with the Ollie. And all the teammates back home, they're in the tournament right now. They're competing their butts off, and all the hard work is going to pay off come season and come May. Finally, I want to congratulate the Baylor Bears. It was an amazing tournament for you guys. You fought off a lot of super breakers, I think. A lot of three-setters. We watched it all. Takes some grit, takes good tennis and good doubles, and you guys showed that today. So I congratulate you as well. Lastly, Ollie, I don't think there's many people that do this, winning singles and doubles. You're just an unreal tennis player and even better guy, and I appreciate you. Thank you.
All right, thanks again to everyone, and safe travels to all of you back home. Continue to follow college tennis and the ITA on our social media channels. Enjoy not only the rest of the fall, which will culminate with the NCAA singles and doubles tournament in Waco, Texas in November. And then come the winter, the ITA hosts a number of indoor championships. And then the rest of the spring is the team season. So thanks for being great tennis fans. Enjoy the rest of your Sunday.
always loved the game of tennis.
Everyone's a big family here.
It's about camaraderie because it's family.
I consider my tennis family part of my overall family.
That's what I like about it most. The friendships you develop.
I look so forward to coming to these events and seeing my friends that I've made through the years.
If you love the game, give back to the game.
You become the calm in the storm.
You can decide how much you want to work and how much you don't want to work.
You never stop learning.
Every time I work an event, I always learn something.
It takes time, it takes experience.
Find your niche. We need you, and I think you will find it very rewarding.
Get out there, start trying to do it, and see if you like it.
New balls, please. At Dunlop, we've been making tennis balls for over 100 years. Balls played at more tournaments globally than any other brand. Officially endorsed by the ATP Tour. Performance runs through our DNA. Dunlop, the #1 ball on tour.